Let's get this going. Welcome back to At the Ends of Eras, the video game development stream for the one and only video game At the Ends of Eras. Starring me, I am the eras that we are at the end of. Hang on, I need to get my stuff all tidy, and also, I guess 40% is fine for the volume. Yeah, that'll be fine. But okay. So last time, I made some cool arms. So if we go to here, we can see these arms in action, kind of. Oh wait, no. We can't see these arms in action because I disabled them. But if we enable them, then what I can do is we can pull this, and it tanks the frame rate, but you can see these crazy arms moving in a million pieces. And what I'm going to do is, let's see, we need to disable these so the frame rate comes back. I'm going to encode these as an animation. So what I think I'm going to do today is, I think my first order of business is to figure out how to make a face. I want to make a character's face in here, and then I can move it around. So we'll need to figure out, ooh, actually that'll be quite complicated, because I need the ability to move the individual panels, but we don't actually have that here. How am I gonna do this? And also, how am I gonna make it so that I can actually, like, fucking see anything? Like, I really, really wish there was, like, a full bright mode. So that way I could, like, because, like, the lighting is meant to be this dark. If we put this back where it was, maybe. I'm gonna figure out something or other. Alright, first of all, let's just add an Omnilight in here. And this will just be for testing, so this will be like debug lights. Did that just not work? That's... oh, I see. It's because the attenuation is strange. I make it bigger. Yeah, that barely affects anything. I don't know, 100 then. There we go. Now we got some fucking light in here. Now I can see what's happening. But okay. So I think what I need now is, maybe individual smooth controls? So... ooh. My first issue is that I still don't really know how to properly, how I want to actually control the individual smooth controls. I think what it is their last position, I think they should be a local position. And so basically what I think I've tried this before, but basically I wanted the ability, oh. That's kind of cool looking. Not what we need right now, but... go back to that. So this thing should hopefully not be rotated. But okay. So yeah, we can see it doing its awesome, cool thing. I think I know how I want to change these. Basically, it needs to go through... So I had before, basically, the control rig should be somewhere. I'll figure out how to do that. Yeah, let's add a full-on, like, control rig. Yeah. Extend node 3D, and then we're gonna have a tool class name opulent control rig. And this should have probably let's have an interface here. Oh, wait. Wait, hang on. I don't get it. What's control point? Oh, these are the resources that a control rig, or that the, this control handle has. Okay. So I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new script. Control handle. Let's see, let's lower the dynamics of, yeah. Dynamic music for different scenes, but all of them are just in the background. Okay, so I think what I want here is, instead of these doing all of this stuff, I'm gonna have one object here. I should probably figure out how to do this properly, but I basically want it to be each of these points has an initial offset, like each of these panels. And then as you move this, instead of doing what it does now, where it basically just gets the offset and accumulates that, or basically, hang on, what this does is anytime we move, we just translate by the difference between positions times the strength of that position. And I don't think that's quite correct. What I'd actually want is for each control point. So let's close that. Let's close that. That's for a comic. This would be something like, hang on, my fucking cables are rubbing up against my arm again and it's driving me crazy. Someday I need to figure out how to, like, deal with that properly. But okay. For each... Let's say for each panel... So we'll have actually all of the panels here, and then for each one we'll do our var position equals, let's see. I guess we'll just do equals panel dot base position. So I think this will actually be like a fancy, actually we should probably have like transform. Base transform. Ooh, that's gonna be tricky actually. No, I don't think it'll be that bad. Basically, we need some way of linearly we need several things. We need the ability to get the offset, for example, of like a var offset, or like 4C in, I don't know, controls. So this will be like all of our control points. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do that in here. Export var panels, array, node 3D. And for now, this is just going to be a control handle smooth. And then like function update 4p in panels. Let's just do panel actually. Var p equals Actually, I'm gonna do pass. We're gonna have like a var initial transforms array transform initial transforms, or let's do 4p in panels dot initial transform append, and let's just do, I guess, just a local transform. Oh wait, do we need local transforms or global transforms? I think now we use global transforms because we're going to be globally moving these. Okay. So yeah, I think we're going to slightly adjust how this thing works. Because yeah, now instead of having this, we're going to have a grid, I think, of like n by m. Yeah, let's actually have that as export var weights. Ooh, this is actually going to be quite difficult to calculate, I think. Let's just do a packed float array. Okay. Controls length or size. Control equals controls C. Okay. And so we would have, I think this is going to be controls. Ooh, how do we do a 2D array in a way that's consistent? I think what we do is function get weight C P int. So for a given control, we will do the indexing for that first. So that would be like var idx equals C times panels length or size plus P. Okay. So I'll just have to figure out, or I guess we can just do like index. Okay, that's fair. Or let's do I think I'm fine with that. Initial transforms cannot find transform. Oh, transform 3D. Okay. So basically we're going to change how our controls work. So this smooth control, it'll still have all of its attributes here, except for it will no longer need to have a control point object. We'll just delete that. And we won't need that yet. We're just going to have points removed. And then this thing here, control rig. I'm not going to call this boundary, so there's going to be a ulent control rig. And for now, let's just hide all of these, because what we're going to do instead is we're going to have, yeah, this update control points. Oh. Pass. Okay, let's assign this. Interesting that it doesn't actually have the control rig, even though I said it here. But okay, now what we're gonna do is... I think this doesn't need its calculate controls. I think this is actually gonna be in the boundary itself, and we're gonna update all of the controls at once. Which may eventually be quite slow, but doesn't matter that much right now. Wait, what did I just do? There we go. Am I smoking crack? Hang on. No, okay. That's fine, that's correct. Okay, it's just not updating in it. Or yeah, it's just updating in a weird way. But okay, now we have this. This does what I want. And yeah, what we're gonna need here is actually, let's do function get weight panel node 3D. So just for an individual panel here, we will just return the weight. And we don't need to worry about, like, our continuation stuff here. And actually, we're going to return the max of these two. Of this and 0. Return 0. And we don't need that. Okay. So now, basically, we will call this function for each panel. And then we'll put that in our big matrix. And then we can have like some sort of offset here. And so basically we're going to accumulate all of these matrices together. So like we're going to get our initial transform, and then it'll be like, let's do var weight equals get weight c int b int float return weights control and panel. Okay. And that'll be if w is greater than 0, we will then do something with that. We're going to do like var transform equals, or no, var p transform. Initial transforms p. So yeah, we're going to do something with this, like p plus equals... Ooh, how do we accumulate this correctly? Because if the weight is 1, I think what we can do, I think what we need to have is everything needs an offset. So like for now what I can do is this smooth control also needs an initial position. So we're going to have initial position equals position. Then we're going to do function get offset. And for now, we're just going to do it positionally. So we're just going to return position minus last position. And so instead of doing what we would do before, oh wait, no, initial position, there we are. And then control rig. So yeah, what we're going to do instead is position, initial position dot origin. So P position plus equals controls C dot offset times weight. So now, let's say there's a weight of like 10% on like this point here, or from like, you know, this point to that point. That means that when you move this by X amount, it should move the other thing by 10%. And that should just be a like constant thing. And then what I can do is I can have multiple control points, for example, like parented to this thing, and they should all be able to move things around them reasonably well. Okay, so what I'm going to try now is doing that. Admittedly, it's still not quite right. What I think I need is, Yeah, if I have things that are children of other things, this still doesn't give me quite what I want. I think it has to be, I think the offset has to be a global position. And I think maybe what it'll be eventually is anything that is a parent of something will not have its own weights, and instead we'll have the weights be on the child nodes. That'll be fine. But okay, and initial transforms are those, and then this is that. And then we're going to do P, or panel global position equals P position. Okay. And then we also need this update control points for C in controls, or no, 4P in panels size. Let's do weights dot clear, weights dot resize panels size times controls size. And then we can do like a function set weight, control, panel, weight. Okay. Now we can set a weight quite easily. And I think, well, no. I think it makes more sense to do it this way, because there's fewer controls. So this way we won't have any, like, or we'll have fewer loops. We have to do it this way per panel, because otherwise I'd have to store the position somewhere else. Which actually, I'm realizing now, wouldn't be that bad. Basically what we would do is for panel in panels, panel dot global position equals initial transforms. Oh wait. Okay, so we reset the position of these. And then, for each control, we get the panels. And then what we can do is, instead of having this P position here, we would do panel, global position, increment by offset. Oh, hang on. Past this, so that way I can see if this actually works. Okay. So basically, for each panel, we reset its position. And then, for each control, for a panel, or for each panel, we get that panel, and then we get the weight that that control has on that panel. And then if that weight is greater than 0, we add that to the offset here. And eventually this will also handle rotation. Okay, that feels good. And I'm trying to figure out if eventually I can make it so that we just multiply by a matrix. And if that'd be more efficient. Because otherwise I'd have to get the, like, angle to the thing, I think. Well, no, actually... No, I don't think I would. Because I think transforms actually do store their, like, rotation, and then they make the matrix later. Yeah, so we could just add the offsets, you know, adding the position and adding the rotations together should be fine. But yeah, the way that this is implemented, this means that basically anytime if we ever add a child to a control, what we should do is instead of you know, having another control as a child of this one, that won't really work because it'll move twice, basically. Like when you move this, it'll get the offset from here to here, and then it'll get the offset for this one as well from there to there, and move this twice as far as it should be. But the alternative is then it wouldn't move at all if, for example, you have this attached to, like, here. Like, if I use the local transforms, if I have this all the way over here, it's parented to this. We'd still want it to move that stuff with this, because otherwise it'd get very confusing. So yeah, basically just, I can't have controls that are children of other controls because of the way that I've done the weights here. If I hand painted the weights, then I could do it. But okay. Let's go back to boundary. So I think now, if I calculate controls, what does that do for us? Oh, probably nothing because it doesn't work yet. Yeah, because you have to go in, and you have to do it, like, you have to reload the scene when you add a thing. Where's my tablet pen over there? That's one of those things that's guaranteed to, like, make me confused. Oh, right, we don't have any panels, though. Because what we need to do is we need to go through these. Okay. So, when we update control points, we need to do 4C in get children. We're going to do panels, clear, controls, clear. If child.name.begins with panel, or if if child is control handle smooth, controls append child. And actually, we will clear this as well. Where can I put this stupid fucking cable so that it stops rubbing my arm? Okay, eventually I'll figure this out, because basically what I need to do is I need to go through each of these children, and then each of their children, and get each of these panels. And these are the nodes that'll actually be used by this. I think. Also, classic thing of it expanded all of the nodes recursively for no reason. But okay, so the only thing we wouldn't need is that. And so yeah, we're going to do for C2 in child.getChildren for panel in C2.getChildren. Okay, because this should be, yeah, in here when we have panels, that should not have anything here. Okay. Then we're going to do if panel.name.begins with panel panels.add or append panel. We just go through the nodes one by one. Oh, and then we also need to do set weight controls P or C dot get weight panels P. Should it be? Yeah, it should probably be called grandchild. Yeah, if I'm going to be explicitly naming them child and grandchild, or explicitly naming this one child, because usually I just use C. But I figure I should be less ambiguous with my naming sometimes. But okay. So that means if we calculate this, let's go back up to this. That should have done something, and it seems like it did nothing. I guess we can print debug getting controls. Debug controls %d panels %d weights. Okay. Size controls. Oh wait, no. Panels size weights size. Okay, so if we calculate that. Oh right, I didn't actually format this. There we are. I don't care about that. Okay, so it should be adding them here. Oh, okay, it did. It just, the UI isn't updating. Classic. But okay, now what this should do is... let's have a for active bool. If active, alright, no. Set A, active equals A. This should also be false by default. And for now, this is how we can do our update. Okay. So what this should do is it should let me grab one of these controls. Oh, it didn't. Out of bounds index 0 on array transform 3D. Oh, because we didn't, hang on. Right. I forgot to then update the panels here, so we need to do that by, like, let's just have a function here. Like that. There we go. And so now what I can do is once we get all of the panels here, which should be when we update control points. And it transforms. There we go. Ooh, and eventually I'll need to also recursively go through the controls here. I'll figure that out someday. Oh wait, we have to calculate the controls again. And then we can do this. And then, okay, now it's working. And then if we do this, it did nothing. It is certainly slowing down the frame rate, though. So I guess put that back where it came from. Interesting. One thing I'm curious about is why is it so much slower? I mean, I guess it must be because we have to call multiple functions now. But that doesn't make any sense. So panel global position. So this offset here. Oh. Okay. That's because I just messed up that. Kind of, I think. Okay, if we go back to this boundary, if we enable this... Still doesn't work. Interesting. Oh, and actually we can do var o equals this. So you can remove a little bit of that extra recomputation. Okay. So how do I debug this? I guess I can just print O. Okay, fair enough. So it has that there. But then why do the panels not have their position moved by O times W? Is it because the W is 0 now? Actually, what are our weights? Oh. Okay, I see. They're all 0. Somehow. And that's because... Why would that be? Maybe the weight index is wrong? No, but this should be... because this is consistent, at least. So yeah, because basically it's like... And especially since there's only one control, like this is just going to be 0 at all times. And then this will be like that. I guess, let's just print the weight here. Let's do like var w equals that, print w, return w. So if we calculate this again, get weight in control handle smooth. Okay, and that's because of nonsense, I guess, because that's clearly there. Okay, so I think that was... Okay, that's the issue. There were so many error messages that I couldn't actually see it. Non-existent function get weight. No, it exists. Oh, wait. But that's because this is now broken, because fucking Godot can't figure out that the max of 2 floats should be a float. You have to explicitly tell it that. Okay. So is this R always greater than 1? Oh, it is because... No, wait, I don't get it. Okay. Okay, good. Now I get it. So now we have quite a few things that are actually doing things. And then what I should be able to do is I should be able to activate this. Then we get our smooth control and we move it. And now it does what I want it to do. Way slower than before. So I think my next step should be getting the relative offsets working. Or no, getting it encoding into an animation. So before what I was doing was I was actually animating the I was animating this point and then letting this do all the logic. But especially with the IK, that's just not going to fly anymore. So yeah, I think now it's time for us to... It'll actually be quite difficult to get it to do what I want it to do. But okay, let's remove smooth control from all of these. Okay. Let's have that there for now, and then have that off. Okay. So now what I want is... I think what we do is I have a button here to, like, increment. Export tool button. Increment. And actually, we're going to have that above this stuff. So what this is going to do, and actually, because we don't need any of this actually at runtime. I'll have to figure out how to handle that because, yeah, I'll just figure out how to deal with that later. Yeah, basically, increment will just update once. And then eventually what it'll do is it'll also enable the IK for one frame and have those resolve. And so now, you know, we have this not active. We can move our little control point somewhere in here. So I can move this like, oh, interesting that even though this is off, okay, but basically we do that, we increment, so now we have this in the correct position, and then what I can do is I can set the keyframe there. And yeah, I think I'll also have that, let's have that in here as like a export var animation player, and let's actually have this be like a category group. Or no, what the heck is this going to be called? This is going to be like internals. And I think I want... Oh, there should be animation player. Okay, let's see if that does what I want it to do. I'm gonna actually export a group. So that way I can, like, collapse it. There we go. So now we have all this stuff that doesn't need to be visible at all times. And then I think the real tricky part that I want is I want the ability to basically have a keyframe button. So how would we do that? And actually, we don't even need this up in here. Port tool button. Add keyframe. Bar add keyframe. Okay. Print debug keyframing. Yeah, because now what I need to figure out is how do we get the currently active animation in the editor? Because, yeah, what I need is basically this button. And then eventually it'll also get all the arms in there. But for now, we can do, let's see, what can we do? What I actually need from this is I need to have a, like, let's have a marker. Then we're going to have controls. And then what I'm going to do is... Oh, okay. That's 0 now. What I want, basically, is to have a, like, known origin point that I can just reset this to. Ooh. It'll actually be quite difficult to, like, have this reset point. I think, could I figure out actually how to make the keyframe here? Like, if I add the position here, and then keyframe that. And then, like, can I hook into that, and then make it so that it, like, runs all of the stuff here? I don't think I can. Okay, let's bring the opulent medium back. Reset our stuff. Is this thing still not... Hang on. If we go back to controls here. I want this thing to be, like, right up flush against the surface there. Okay, now we have, like, a known good point. Okay, so now what I need to do is have, like, a gather controls thing. So what I'm actually going to do is, gather... Let's do panels... Or, like, yeah. Gather panels. Panels. Godot. I'm typing, but I'm typing in here, Godot. Jesus Christ. Gather controls. Controls. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be for grandchild in p.getChildren, panels append that. Function gather controls C. Okay, and basically, if... Oh, wait, we need to do for group in controls.getChildren if group.name.begins... Oh, wait, no, we don't even need that. Yeah, no, we don't need that either. Because basically what we need is else for, or else gather controls, or C2 in C, gather controls C2. Okay. Basically now we do exactly what I said, where if this is a smooth handle, we will get its stuff. Otherwise, we're going to go and recursively get its children. And now we should recalculate this. And then what we can do is we can move this, for example. Increment. Didn't work. And that was because of something. Oh, we probably also need to have like a function reset here. Okay. Basically, when we gather controls, we are also going to c.reset. So we'll consider that to be like its objectively correct position. So now if we calculate controls, we're not getting our controls. So if C is a control handle, we reset it and we add it. Otherwise, for each... Oh! And that was... Okay. There we go. So now we got our controls and our weights and our things. And I don't need to have get weight actually print anything anymore. So now what I can do is I can just press that and it'll do getting controls, one control, 525 panels, 525 weights. Makes perfect sense to me. And now what I can do is I can do that, increment it. We get our things to the correct position. And then I can reset that back to 0 position, increment that again. And what I could also do is have... I could have these controls actually emit a signal when they move. And we don't need that right now. But okay, yeah, so now what I want is I want the add keyframe button. So that's going to be quite difficult, but what I'm going to do for now, commit this stuff. Prove support for multiple controls. Actually, I should make sure that it actually works now. So we're going to have, for example, we're no longer going to have that. We're going to have like a central base. And that's going to have, let's say, like 3 controls here. Or for now, just 2 controls. These are both going to have much lower radius, probably like 10 or something. And then we might want to have... Well, we'll almost certainly want to have something around this, because... We might even want to normalize the controls. Oh, that'd actually be the correct way to go about it. Okay. Yeah, I'm realizing now. We can actually have a smooth control that's like here. So if this is like central control, and this is like the smaller controls here that are like, I don't know, more like this or something. So first of all, let's calculate our controls here. So we should have... Oh, right. And now we actually do need to go through here regardless of this. Calculate controls. And now we have 3 controls, 1,575 weights. And then what we need to do is we need to actually go back through all of these panels. 4p in panels dot size. Var w equals. Ooh, and that actually means the big issue now is that I do want some things to have 0 weight. Maybe what I'll do is, if there's greater than 1 weight, I'll normalize. Yeah, that seems correct. Okay. So yeah, when we update our control points, we do that. And then for the in panels dot size. And actually, I'm going to simplify this a little bit. Well, no. This is fine. Var w equals 0.0. For C in controls size. W plus equals get weight of the control for the panel. If W is greater than 1, for C in controls size, set weight to be divided by W. Basically, we just normalize the weights. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. So now, if we recalculate the control points, we should have nothing more than 1. Oh wait, but we won't see that there. I guess what we can do is we can actually just have a, like, var normalized equals 0, and then normalized plus equals 1. And then we're going to do just denormalized. Okay. And so the value of that is that now I get to actually see how many normalized there were. Okay. And I think now, hopefully, that means that nothing will move more than it should if we do this, for example. So if we increment that. So we have these coming out as much as I think they should. And then let's move this, for example. Oh, wait, no. I just fucked it up. Reset that to where it was. Reset this to where it was. And actually, I'm going to move this to be... Yeah, I think... Actually, let's do like 6 meters. Okay, that seems good. And now I'm going to recalculate this. And then hide this button so I don't do that again. Okay. So if we have this be active for the time being... Oh, and if I... Hang on, turn that off, because I don't want to print stuff. Okay, there we go. So this will tank the frame rate, but this will let me see in real time what's happening. Basically, we can move this. That looks as it should, and then we can do, for example, move this. And now we can have these little sub-objects. Okay, that's what I was missing. I needed to normalize these controls. So now you can see that we can actually change these individually. Though now there is the awkward thing that to reset them to their original position, I need to memorize the position. Though actually, I could just have a function to do that for me. Yeah, we could just... Hang on. Can this be an on ready? No, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have that there. And I think this should be... I think this should be our local position. Well... Yeah, I think... No, I think it should be global position. Okay. Deactivate it. I will actually have active be a thing that we can look at outside of the internals. There we go. And then what I'm going to have here is a export tool button. Reset. Oh, wait, no. So this will be, actually, let's have this be like mark rest function reset. Okay, and that's going to be global position equals initial position. And then mark rest or mark reset. That will be here. Okay. Okay, and those are correct. And so now we can come back into here. Oh, though now the issue is we actually need to have both behaviors here. Okay, because if we calculate controls... Now if we go to the controls here... Okay, well, I guess that's correct. Yeah, okay, I think these are correct. Because this is the global position after all. Because, yeah, I think the test would be if we move this and then we click reset. Yes, okay. That goes back to where it was. So yeah, now we have a button to reset them quite easily. We track their initial position. We track a whole bunch of stuff that honestly we won't need in the actual game. Yeah, this is one of the unfortunate things about the tool scripts is that a lot of the time there's a lot of information I want to save that I don't need in-game. but okay. So now... better behavior for nested controls. Because, yeah, now it still does what I want, which is, like, I like the, I like that, where it, like, sends these outward, and then these are all doing their stuff. And then, actually, so if we go to panels... So we can find solvers, max solvers path, so physics process. I think what I'm going to do here is function solve. Or let's say like IK. What we can do is when we have increment run, we're going to also do for p in panels get children p dot solve ik if p is opulent panels. There we go. And we'll do the same thing. Actually, yeah, I'll fix this up as well. So when we do that for gather panels here, for grandchildren in p.getChildren. Oh, wait. But we already have that. Okay, well. Basically what I can do now is when I grab this control, when I do this... Oh, wait, no. Central control. So if we reset that. Yeah, if I now do this, now all the IK also is solved at the same time. So now all I need is the ability to add the keyframe to our animation player, which basically would keyframe not only the panel positions, but all of the arms of the IK as well. And then the last thing I would need is the ability to encode the rotation into these panels, and then actually to make like faces and things out of them, which is going to be the real hard part, I think. And then we also will eventually, well, quite soon, we're going to need the ability for the arms to not stick out as well. How did I want to do that again? I had a specific idea for how I was going to implement that. Basically just, like, make sure that, like, this angle, like the angle here, is never more than some amount, and then we just subtract that from the other side. Yeah, it'll probably work. Okay, that's... Okay, let's really try to figure out... So... Ooh, how are we gonna do this? Godot custom keyframe button? Let's see if anyone's just tried to solve this exact, like, problem. I don't think that's gonna... Hang on. This could be what we want. Or at least this could tell me, like, some of the logic behind it. Because basically, I need to figure out Let's see, add inspector plugin. So animated key sprite. Okay, so the inspector plugin is what we would do. So I'm going to see how this adds keyframes to an animation. So we connect that to on auto keyframe button pressed. Oh, okay, but this is directly adding to the sprite frames. Yeah, and then that gets the animation library. And I guess actually that could be a thing that we do. Actually, yeah, what if we just get, first of all, so when we keyframe, let's make sure that this button is active, first of all. Okay, good. So print animation player dot current animation, print animation player dot animation time. How do we get the like current time that the animation player is running for? Or like what, you know, like where on the timeline the animation is? Current animation position. Okay. Let's see if these just have what I need, that'll be good. Oh wait, no. Oh, I see. Okay, let's just test this. 0, 0. Okay. So we're going to do if animation player dot current animation, or like is playing. I don't know what to do. Basically what I'm going to try to figure out is like, so here we have that. And then we go here and we add the keyframe, and that, okay. That did something. Try that again. Okay, good. So that does something, except for the fact that it doesn't print the current animation. Okay, yeah, because it's an empty string. So, interesting. It doesn't tell us what animation is playing, but it does tell us the time that it's currently playing at. So how do we then get the animation active deterministic tracked stat. Godot get current animation in editor. That's not quite what I need. Okay, but I think this just, okay, and that's just old stuff. That's old news. So yeah, this is very curious. I think what I could do is I could just, check what the animation is, current, or like the animation length. And then we can make sure that that's the current. So yeah, I'm going to do, 4p in animation player dot library, or like animations. How do we get Hmm. Yeah. Let's say 4L in animation player dot animation libraries. Ooh. var animations array dictionary. This will be tricky. Actually, let's make sure that I can get the let's do current animation length as well. So if we then keyframe that. Okay. So the only thing we don't get is the name of the animation. So we have to use the length of the animation to figure out what animation we're actually calling. But okay, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute. Okie dokie, I'm back. Yeah, so our main question is, how do we actually encode the animation? How do we get the current animation? And I think that's going to be, we don't actually need to know all the animations. We're just going to do for library in animation player dot get library list var, or no, L var library equals get animation library L. Tunes get animation list var a equals or anim a. God, okay. Var current animation. Actually, what we can do is just have a function, or like var anim equals get current animation. And this is going to have like a function, or like a... or yeah. Okay. Then we're going to do var L equals this. So crude hack to get the current animation in the editor. The name isn't specified, so we have to get the length of the animation. Instead. Hope all the links are unique. Okay. Oh, length. If anim dot length equals len, return anim, push error, could not find animation. Actually, and we're gonna have like if not len. This basically means it's probably 0. Push error, no animation active, return null. Otherwise, could not find animation with length percent %s, or no. Len return null. And then I'm going to say here print animation anim, I guess just a here. So yeah, adding, or yeah, current animation, that one. Then we return null. What's the issue here? Oh, same name as a built-in function. There we go. Okay. And now I need to figure out, how do we add tracks to an animation? So we're going to do if not anim, return. And we'll just say, we'll just return there, because we already have the errors here. And otherwise, do we actually have anim name? No, we don't have the name of it, because it's a map. Well, that's fine then. Okay. Dot Okay, so we can do that then. So let's say 4p in panels. Anim has track. So I'm going to look for all of these. So, okay. Node path type returns the index of the specific track, or the specified track. The track is found. So the node path here, I'm assuming this node path is relative to the animation. We're going to do like var p equals animation player dot get path. No. That's not going to be useful. We need to do var path. Okay, so here it's going to be animation player. Ooh. Godot is like fucking up. Okay, animation player. Get path to. Panel. Oh wait, no, we need to get the path to the dot root node. Okay, because what we need is actually, yeah, this node here, which is actually us, or no, it's our parent. Well, var root equals animation player, or just get node animation player root node. Okay, so we're gonna do if anim dot, or like var t equals anim dot find track path. This will be a track type position 3D. So how does this work? Okay. If t less than 0, t equals anim dot create track, or add track path position 3D. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. So then how do we set the type of the animation track? Oh, wait, is it position? Oh, wait, no. So track set path. Oh, okay. That's what we do. Okay, good. So anim track set path t path okay. And then what we can do is anim dot track, or like keyframe track add. Ooh, how do we actually keyframe here? Animation track insert key. Inserts a key with value animation at the time. Okay. Track insert. Okay. And so we can do that with Bezier, blend shape, position track insert key. Okay. Basically, we go here. Position track insert key T. And let's have like a var time equals animation player dot get current, or no, current animation position, because that's also valid. Time panel dot global, I guess just position. And actually this now needs to be string path plus position. In fact, we'll need to change this to be like here. Okay. So let's see if this works. So basically what I want is, right now, if we go to boundary, if we add a keyframe, there we go. Look at that. And then we have 500 little keyframes there. So now we're pushing things to their limits. Okay, that does mean, though, that now I need to get this control and, like, so for now, what I'm going to do... Oh, wait. Yeah, that's not going to... Hang on. First off, we need to increment. Then we need to... Ooh. Can we delete frames at this point? So if we insert a key that's at a similar position... Remove key, drag remove key. Okay. Drag remove key at time. Okay. What we're going to do is anim. Drag remove key at time t time. And then what I can do is now I can add the keyframe, and there we go. Beautiful. Hopefully it runs faster in-game. Because if it doesn't run faster, that's going to cause some issues here. And what I can also do is I can have the... Oh, wait, did I move the controls improperly? Ooh, I did. Yeah, I was supposed to move this. In fact, I should probably have the control lock. There we go. Okay, so that means we'd have this. Let's just say keyframe that position, and then here we just reset and keyframe that. Okay. I guess we just kind of try this in-game and see if it works, because, yeah, it might not work so hot to have an animation track with 500 things, and I didn't think about that, really. So let's go player toggle no clip. Oh yeah, but now we need to have it so that when you do this, it'll be malfunctioning. Okay, so let's see if that actually works. Because it should have triggered the standing up animation at this point. Maybe it's because... It might be because I have, like, this stuff not working. Oh, right, and it's still gonna do this crap, so we need to go to at the ends of eras, delete our autosave. I guess our save test. Actually, what the heck is level 1 here? Oh, I see. More bugs, basically. Or no, not more bugs. Saves that are no longer necessary. Because what I need is the ability to just test that animation. Oh wait, what I should have done is that. There we go. Okay, player. Toggle, no clip. Okay. I'll have to see, yeah, what the frame rate looks like. So we're going to unpause here, not show console, then do that, and then we can examine this. So yeah, let's see what our frame rate looks like. So tiny dip. Okay, so the game runs at about 20 FPS when that animation runs, so that's not going to do so hot. So now the question on everybody's mind is, how on earth do we make it run better then? Yeah, this is a cause of concern now. Yeah, the big thing is the fact that it was actually faster, because I didn't have any performance issues when I was running it normally, so that's actually quite remarkable that it would be slower. I don't even know how you'd make the animation player slower than, because before what I was doing was calling a script that would then go through each of these points and iterate through the math of like interpolating the position. So you would assume that interpolating between keyframes in an animation player would be faster than that. I don't... Yeah, I just don't know how we fix this then. Also, let's expand and collapse. Because what I need to do is I need to first of all look at the medium. Is there any... Because, like, is there anything weird about how I'm creating these animation tracks, for example? Because if we go here to the door moving room, I do see, for example, that these look like they have different... like, these look different. I guess let's just go to... our environment... What was it? No, this isn't even the right universe. Areas. Opulent medium. Maybe, no, chunks. Am I dumb? I stupid? No, there it is. Okay. Okay. So I want to go to the tracks for... What the heck am I looking for? Which one is this? This is... Okay. Challenge refresh. Oh, and okay. All of those have the same thing. But what we actually need is door moving room. Okay, animation player, that. Sub resource equals that. And then animation resource, so activate is this. Okay, type value. Okay, and so these use value types instead of position types. What's the difference between those? A value track sets properties in node, or values in node properties, but only those which can be interpolated. For 3D position, rotation, scale, use the dedicated type position 3D, type rotation 3D, and type scale 3D tracks types instead of type value is recommended for performance reasons. This is the fast version? I'm doing it the fast way, apparently. Uh-oh. So what's the big slowdown then? If we go to let's go back to this. And then of course I have to do debugger profiler and then start the profiler. Then let's clear that irrelevant bump at the start there. Oh yeah, and there's no reset track though. It didn't work. Wait, why did it not work? I broke the animation. Okay, because if we go to animation player, reset, okay, and so when we activate, it does that. It runs at fucking 3 FPS. I'm wondering if I could use a multi-mesh. And then have some sort of custom system for animating the multi-mesh instead of this. Okay, and it seems like, well, now the big issue is the fact that this thing isn't fucking working correctly. So why would that be? If we go back to animation player, close that. See, I don't know how this isn't working. Is there a bug here? Smooth control not inside tree is true. Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? This is just a vector 3 now. We don't set it until we do our, like, mark reset and stuff like that. Yeah, so now the medium orchestrator seems broken. Okay, and that doesn't have a tool, and then, so we should be playing, play activate here. Yeah, because we activate the medium right here. Oh, it must be... Wait, that wouldn't make any sense. It would be impossible for it to not be active. So let's do save low.state data. So this is opulent medium, so active should not be true. Yeah, so let's just fiddle with that. And actually, let's go to the profiler and start it again. Okay. And that'll definitely show us the stutter here. So that was the animation player being deactivated. Physics. Okay, so it seems to be mostly physics. But... okay. The collisions are an issue. Maybe we need to use animatable body 3Ds now? How would I change that? I think if we go back to the panels, I think what it is that these character bodies are doing more advanced stuff now. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised... Wait. What is happening? There's like 4 different places where it says find collisions. Oh, it's because it has to do the physics multiple times a frame. So because this is taking... okay. It's the classic, like, physics engine death loop. Where, because the physics takes more than 7 milliseconds... and that's the frame rate of the game, it has to run the physics multiple times a frame. The next frame... okay. So yeah, our issue is the collision being slightly too slow. I knew it couldn't have been something to do with, like... because, like, it felt like there was no way that, okay. You know, that moving 500 objects would reduce the game to 20 FPS. That seemed impossible, especially for like a hard-coded animation track. But okay, the actual issue seems to be the animations, or the physics, and I think I can solve that by, instead of using a kinematic body, using the animatable bodies, or the character, you know, the whatever it is. And that should hopefully work just fine, even though we're using, yeah, I think this will work fine. Animatable body 3D didn't work in some circumstances, but I'm hoping that it'll work in this one for no reason. I have basically no evidence that animatable body 3D actually works ever, but we'll see if it works. So what I need is my default importer. And actually, we should go to cd add-ons, np import. Oh wait, no. This isn't a unique thing. Yeah, I forgot. This is not attached to the other ones. So we can do match and remove. I'm going to do, where we do this, if match and remove m and m. Insert m. There we go. So this should hopefully make that work. If we go to assets, environment, chunks, opulent medium. Oh wait, no. We need to go to panels. And then what we need to do is replace every instance of kinematic with area. And then that should simply change these from underscore, or from, yeah. So now they should be these. And then what we can do is we can check to see if this is still causing issues, because I think these are designed specifically to run faster. Oh wait, hang on. Seems like something happened to my panels here. Yeah, they're all invisible, which is interesting. Why would this be? Huh? What is this? Visibility mask or something? Wait, what? Huh. Interesting. All of them are set to have no... What? Why would that be the case? I changed the masks here. I'm just going to do m.layers equals 1 there. Okay, panels. Yeah, very strange there. Huh? That's just not... That just doesn't make any sense. Okay, whatever. Just set him to do the thing. Did that not work somehow? So I can somehow, like, grab all of these, and then this doesn't work? Okay, now it works. It just took a few tries. Okay, well, very interesting. Oh, I see. And okay. Then what happened was it forgot that the scene was what caused it. Okay. But okay, we don't need that right now. We're just going to check to see if this performs any faster with the animatable bodies, because I suspect they don't do as many collision checks. But at least Godot crashed. Yeah, because if it's the physics, I'm realizing a multi-mesh wouldn't improve anything. Hang on. Movement, demo, start, demo, start. What was the other one that it said there? Glider. Okay, I'll fix all these while I'm here. Too few arguments to set checkpoint. Or P equals player, or global get player. Player body. Okay, save checkpoint there. And then we're going to do player.ui. Okay. Basically, the issue was some of these... Yeah. Wait. Oh, I see. And this does the exact same thing. If P is node 3D set checkpoint, we're just going to do global get player save checkpoint P. Dot global transform. And I think we might do self actually here. Oh, no. I have a good idea. Self. Or maybe P. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, when we set the checkpoint there, it's going to be relative to the spawn point, and that'll be fine. Okay. You know, I think something has actually gone... I think I've made something worse somehow. Okay, let's check our debugger profiler here. The audio thread is taking 20 milliseconds. Okay, well, physics is taking 600 milliseconds now. Okay, so I've made it substantially worse. It seems like the animatable bodies are a lot worse. Wait, but why are they fine here then? What the fuck is happening? Hang on. Okay, so that didn't improve this at all. So I guess my big question is, why is this so much slower? I don't get it. Why is this so much slower? Okay, so we can undo that. Bring that back to what it was. So how do we... Because it seems like my IK was actually faster, which that just doesn't feel right. That just feels impossible. How could my like whole system for setting the doing the math to figure out where the position is be slower than just setting the position to like an interpolation between two keyframes? It feels like there has to be something that I'm missing here. Especially since I somehow made it way slower to do the, set physics process enabled, and then we're actually going to do if... Oh, wait, no. Eventually this is going to be only in the engine. Okay, thank you, Godot. Man, I really fucked it up. I thought I was making it faster. How did I make it so much slower? So how do we fix this then? Because it seems like it's a physics issue. Movement demo start is again not correct, even though... What? Didn't I fix this? Okay. Close all. So yeah, we got some major performance issues now that are like completely new to me. Oh, now it's just fine. Okay, fuck me then. Oh yeah, because I changed it back to kinematic bodies. So, for some reason, animatable body 3Ds are unusably slow, don't respect like when the parent node moves, because that was the issue that I had previously with them. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, sync to physics is just broken, so we can ignore that. But okay, so all indications from the profiler seem to be that the issue with this is, whatever. Okay, there we go. Now it deactivated. So yeah, all indications are that this is a physics issue, even though, why would it be a physics issue? What is the animation player doing that it wasn't doing before? If I change the hang on, if we go back to what I'm going to test is if this is type value instead. Oh, and actually, let's do, I know what I can do here. We're just going to go to our player. I think what I'm going to do, just scroll down and down and down and down, and delete 500 quadrillion animations. Actually, I have an even better way of doing this. We go to type equals position. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I saw something there. There we go. Okay. And then here, yeah, we'll get that position there. So I think it might be that the position track actually does physics on character bodies. So maybe it like does the collision detection or something. Where before, when I was manually setting the position, it didn't do that. And so now what I need to do is I need to figure out if maybe the value, like our value tracks, do that as well. Because yeah, it might be some sort of special case where it makes the performance way worse for no reason. Because I mean, Godot does like to troll me. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this again. Controls, central control. Reset that to its there. Okay. Set as that. And then we go to boundary. Increment. Add keyframe. Interesting. So now it don't work. So if we go back to activate. Oh, because I used position track here. Okay. So inserts a generic key in a given track, returns the key index. Okay. There we go. And so that was because all of these were wrong. Cool. That's a-okay. That's fine. If we go back to the animation player, though... Okay, I see. So let's go back to this then. Undo that. Save it again. Okay, controls, No, I know. Central control. Reset it. Keyframe it. Oh, wait, did I keyframe the wrong thing? I did. Okay, and then we go back to the boundary. And now what we can do is we can increment and add a keyframe. And now we should have these working. And then if... Okay, no. That seems to be much slower. But how? I don't think the physics is... I don't think the physics is the actual issue here. But I don't know how... How is it possible that my script was faster? It just doesn't make any sense, because my script was doing the same thing. It was just setting the position of the value. It was just setting the position of the node. Is it because we can't... I don't know what it is. Hang on. We need to go to fucking Godot. We need to go to, like... Isn't it scene, animation player or something like this? And then, like, track type, position, 3D. Insert key. It's got... yeah, it has to be... Just... Something is way, way fucked up in the Godot code if my script runs so much faster than the dedicated animation playing tool. And actually, it'd be impossible for it to do anything special with the physics that I wasn't doing, because it doesn't know that there's a child that's a physics object. Because I'm animating a mesh. Okay, 3D editor, FBX document. Okay, and let's do, let's just remove that again. Yeah, I think the 3D position will be better. GLTF animation mixer. I think it's here, actually, that does this stuff. Okay. I think I'm kind of seeing where... Okay, actually, we should double check. Update caches. This is... No, this isn't what I need. 3D disabled. Get type here. Post-process key value. I don't think that's what it is. Build backup track cache. This is... Okay. Okay, and this is just what sets the actual, like, track key values. Yeah, was my previous system really better? But then how do I do the IK? Because the whole point of this was the IK solver was too slow. So I wanted to animate the arms of the IK objects, and that's like several times. That's 3 times more objects, because it's 3 little segments or 3 pieces per thing. Plus, it also does the rotation. So yeah, I need to figure out, when do we, like, is there like an update function? Update mode? No. Is it maybe like process? Step? Advance? No. Maybe that's an animation here, like advance. Okay, and that processes the animation. Okay, blend in. Okay. Hang on, I need to double check something. So does the animation player have the animation mixer? Is that what this is? Yeah. They inherit. Okay, there we go. My microphone wasn't working. Oh, Godot crashed OBS again. Okay. So, how do we solve this issue? What is making the animation player so slow? And can we fix it? Because it seems like the issue is... I don't know what the issue is, really. I mean, it's got to be that it's just really slow, right? So that means that I would need some sort of custom solution for blending keyframes, which really sucks. Because that means that I can't, like, animate them. I guess what I could do... Yeah, I think I know how to fix this then. So if we go to here... Close that. Oh, we have Godot open already. Oh, wait, no. What do we have open? What is this? I don't know what any of this is. Okay. I think I have a dream for how to fix this. If setting the animation in the animation player is too slow, what I can do is instead I can have keyframes saved to a script and then animate the interpolation between them. And that will be by inserting our keyframes, Okay, I need to really think through with my huge brain how I'm gonna do this. Basically, I think this needs an animation thing. We're gonna call it export var. Keyframes. And this will be just an array of something. And that something, if we go to opulent medium, which should be somewhere in here, script, this will be keyframe. All right, this is going to be a resource class name. No, export var data. Let's call this a class name frame. So let's say like big frame or big keyframe. Packed float array. And then we can have an interpolation here. How do I want to do that? maybe just packed vector 3 array. No, I think we'll do just packed float array. Yeah, and then we're going to do like a function, pass. Could not find packed float array. Oh, wait, no. It's packed float 32 array. Okay. And so what we're going to do is like apply positions. And this is just going to be, let's say, panels, which is an array of node 3D. And we'll have our right-hand side, which will be another array of, or no, which will be another like big key frame. And then interpolation will be a float from 0 to 1. And what this will be then is for I in panels dot size, or no, for P V P times 3. So this is the like vector index. And we're going to do P dot position equals. So yeah, we'll just have this packed float 32 array do whatever it wants. And then actually we're going to have if right hand side data dot length is not equal to data length push error mismatched lengths versus %d data. Oh wait, size is what we need. Return. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to have big keyframes, and these keyframes will just have the floats for our data. No tracks, or we won't fiddle with tracks like that anymore. And instead what we'll have is, yeah, all of these keyframes, and then we'll just have to figure out how to like properly interpolate between them in the animation player. But I'm going to do the like lerping logic first. Because basically, we just set the position to be, let's say, vector 3. Let's say, data, v plus right-hand side data, v. Actually, data v plus 1, data v plus 2, lerp. Vector 3, right-hand side data v, right-hand side data right-hand side data v plus 2. There we go. Okay. Oh, and then we need to lerp by a factor, which is going to be interp. Okay. Can't find... Oh, yeah, and this is going to be panels P. Okay. So that's how we do that. And then we're going to do function store positions. And this will be panels array node 3D data clear panels dot My big, huge brain is trying to figure out how to do this. Oh, yeah. Data, resize. In fact, we don't even need to check. We don't even need to do that. We can just do data, resize, panels, size, times 3. And then we're just going to do for P in panels, P equals P times 3. And then data V equals, or no, O equals panels P position. Okay. This is going to be O dot something or other. Oh yeah, X data V plus 1 equals O dot Y. Thank you for that, Godot, tool that I use to make my game. There we go. I wish O and 0 weren't right next to each other. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. So that gets the data there. Okay, so that means that now I need my control rig here. I think what it's going to do is we're going to have... Our control rig should now do something fancy. I think it's going to be export var keyframes array big keyframe. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Actually, we will need this here. Okay, wait, what's the issue with this? Keyframes because the type doesn't have a set type. Oh, right, it's not an equals thing, it's a there. Okay. So that means that now we actually need a property track for ourselves. And yeah, I think how it's going to work is we're going to have the keyframes as things like a keyframe index and then a keyframe interpolation. And that'll be like a var keyframe index int var keyframe interp int. And I think these also need to be exported. And instead of animating all of those things, we just animate these two. And so we're just going to have it go from, like, you know, keyframe A to keyframe B through some interpolation. That does mean, though... Oh, wait, no, that should be fine, actually. Wait, will it be fine? Huh. Because we'll basically need to get the two keyframes that we're looking at here. What if we just had... Huh. I know what we can do. We're not going to blend between the keyframe indices, or we're gonna do a nearest blend, I think. Actually, does it mean actually the nearest thing, or does it mean, like, you know, this would be 0, this would be 1, or whatever this is? Yeah, like this whole time would be 0, and then it goes to 1. I have to double check. What is this actually? Spotlight face? Where is that actually? Oh, it's probably in the medium, which actually isn't correct anymore. Because this animation player... Oh, wait, no. Didn't I... I guess I just kind of gave up on that. Wait, where the hell is that spotlight? Oh, right, and it doesn't tell me where it is, because I can't see where the fucking parents are. Because, like, it should be... I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Right? Okay, whatever. I don't need to see what it is. I've forgot what I was actually even doing. I need to check this value here. So if we set this to nearest, and then I get it again. Okay, good. It works how I want it to work, which is that it's not actually the nearest, it's the, like, previous keyframe. So that means that I can use that to determine, so we can just add keyframes as we see fit. Yeah, for now what I'm gonna do is I think I might be kind of simple about it, where instead of doing what I was doing before, where we actually had the keyframe do its animation stuff, we're just going to have keyframes add some stuff here. We're just going to do keyframes dot append big keyframe. Hang on, let's do like static function positions n array node 3d big keyframe var equals big keyframe new bg dot store positions n return bg. Okay, append big keyframe positions panels. Okay. And then what we're going to have is when we set the keyframe interpolation, set k, or no, yeah, keyframe interpolation interp equals k, and then like if keyframes, so we actually need these to now be it'll be kind of messy. It'll be very messy actually. Yeah, let's do like export group keyframe mess. Okay. If, so let's do like var L equals keyframe indices 0, or no, dot X, var H equals keyframe dot Y. So basically we can interpolate between arbitrary keyframes, is my goal here. No, I still would like... Hang on. We need to go back a ways, because I want that I still want the ability to, like, set the keyframes there. I should not have deleted that. Yeah, we're still gonna do this stuff. because I'm going to add the index here. So this is going to be just a self. So yeah, we're not going to do this for each panel. We're just going to do keyframe index or indices. No, we can't do that actually. I'll just have like old keyframe. Yeah, we do just need to do keyframes, append big keyframe positions, panels. And then eventually we'll have like even more nodes here. So yeah, let's have export group keyframe nonsense. Bring that back. And then yeah, when we set k keyframe interp equals k, and then we're going to do if keyframe indices. Let's just do not here. Return. And then if k1, let's just have apply positions here where we just like apply. Oh, wait, no. Let's call this blend positions. And then we're going to have a function apply positions. And we should probably have these be renamed to like positions blend, positions apply. And then positions store. Okay, and then, yeah, we're just going to do, for P and panel size, instead of doing our blend here, we just do that. Okay. What we're going to do is, if k is equal to 0, we do keyframe indices dot x frames. Keyframe indices dot x dot positions apply panels. And then we're going to do k equals 1 keyframes indices dot y positions apply panels else keyframes. Let's call this like var l keyframes h. Okay. Basically, I'm doing a lot of complicated stuff right now, because what I want is the ability to set the like keyframes that we're interpolating between and the amount that we're interpolating them by. And this blend panels. Oh wait, no. This needs to be low, so we're blending from the low to the high by k. Okay. And so what I should be able to do is we go to panels. Or no, we go to the boundary. If I add a keyframe here, we should have a keyframe. Is this going to work at some point? Keyframing. So maybe it's just not... Okay, there we go. So now we have a big keyframe, 1500 positions, and that's just the raw floating point numbers from all the things. And yeah, eventually we'll have also the arms in there as well. And then what I can do is we can go to our thing here. Let's have central control. So now we don't even need to bother with like properly setting this stuff up. We can just do like increment, add the keyframe. And then we have all of these keyframes in here. Beautiful. And what we can do here is we can start with 0 to 1. And thankfully, we don't need very much right now. But okay. So that's 0, that's 1. Why is this keyframe an X? What is the meaning of that? Type null, invalid expected. There we go. Interesting that it chose to be null. I don't understand why that would do that. Oh, but now, hang on, if we do 1. Look at that. And now it works fast, I think. It doesn't really work, actually. Oh, no. It seems like it's much slower. Wait, is that correct? Wait, I don't get it. Oh, is it because these... No, okay. I think... So these should work the way that they work. If we go to malfunction, so we keyframe that. So yeah, keyframe indices should always be 0 to 1. And then here, again, that should be 0, not null. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Why is it not? Okay, hang on. Close that. Go to my fucking thing. How is it null? How is it null? 0. Easy. Okay, so which one? What are the other things that we have? Keyframe indices. Okay, so we have keyframe indices. Keyframe interp. Let's double check this as well. Keyframe interp 1. I love Godot. It's a good game engine. I love manually fixing up the fucking scene. I also love having to manually interpolate positions because the animation player is so slow at it. But okay, maybe it'll work now. Maybe. Okay, let's double check the errors. Out of bounds index 0 on base array big keyframe. That's concerning because that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's because I didn't save the fucking keyframes. Because if we go here, okay, well, add an element there. No, that's not what we need. We need add keyframe. And then we increment and add keyframe. And eventually this will be basically impossible to use. But I just want to make sure that it actually like works and does the performance right. And it doesn't. Because... Is it just really slow now? Because yeah, we can see that the frame rate is quite slow again. So wait, how though? How is this so much slower than it was before? Because like there's no reason for it to be like this. No, I think the issue is this keyframe interp is like, I don't get it. Yeah, I just don't get what's happening here. Because it seems to be that there's like a nearest blend here. So if we did like 0.5 here. Actually, what if we just export a range here? 0 to 1. And so if we do this, so it seems like this runs reasonably quickly. Like, I don't see anything weird with this. I do see something weird with our root object node, but I think that's some other animation player. Positions blend. Invalid call function positions blend. Is it because it's a tool script? Oh, it's probably because... Wait, no. What? Right-hand side interp. I think it's because this is a tool... or not tool script. Which is confusing as to why the positions apply was working, but... whatever. Okay. Wait, then why was it working the first time? But okay. So now we can see this doing that. And I don't know why this interpolation doesn't work. Yeah, because you can see here. Is it because... So this is 0.0. And then... Hang on, I'm just going to remove that interpolation track. It just didn't work right. It just broke. I don't know what it means. Just try it again. So it's still so much slower. Is it because the animation player is playing at a different, like, on the wrong frame? Or like, you know, callback mode? No, it's in physics mode. What if it was in idle? Why does that work just fine? Am I okay with... No, I'm not okay with that, because that means that the physics will be messed up. Because if the frame rate is different than the physics frame rate, the character won't move correctly. So how do we solve this then? Because my thing is, I still don't understand how this is so much slower. Though at least now we can, like, do this again, so we can have this, like, kind of speed up and then slow down. But yeah, again, the whole point of the... I just don't understand how it's slower. I don't understand how it got slower. Okay, well, let's try it in the profiler and see if it still says it's the physics for some reason. Don't need those. Play this. Okay, that's okay. Because, yeah, if this doesn't work, then I don't know how to, like... Okay, well, first of all, it didn't even do anything. Video game. Okay. Okay, so why is this still so much slower? I think... Okay. Find collisions is still taking a long time. Okay, but now... Okay. Keyframe interp setter. Good. And that's because positions blend takes a long time, which I don't know how it would take 12 milliseconds to do that. Like, why is it taking so much longer now to do this? And you know what, let's just make this a packed float, or packed vector 3 array. And we're just going to pause that, and then yeah, we're just going to remove this completely. Data p dot lerp, right inside data p data that, and then data p equals that. Because, like, so is notifications just faster than animation playing? But okay, go back to this. No more big keyframes for now. Gonna add a keyframe though, and then, oh yeah, we can just increment that, add another keyframe. Then we go back to the animation player. Still very, very slow. How did I make something that does the same thing as before, but slower? Is it because reading from an array is slower? Oh wait, but now we actually need to do, hang on. Repeat, so this is just that. Remove those, go back to controls. Yeah, holy moly, this is a disaster of a system now. I have to press like 16 buttons to do anything. I feel like it's honestly like it's smoother here than when I actually play the animation somehow. Like this is somehow slower than doing it this way. It has to be because, yeah, notifications. When did notifications happen? Because the only difference between how this is and how it was is really the fact that I was doing... Originally, the panels would move in notification transform changed. Or in the notification function. And now it's doing it inside the keyframe of this. We don't need any of that. But yeah, I just don't understand how this could possibly be faster. Yeah, I think the big hint as to what the issue is the fact that calling it here in idle, it runs fine-ish. Well, actually, no, it doesn't run fine. What's hiding the issue? Okay, no, that doesn't work. Because I believe what's happening is in the idle frame, it doesn't care if it takes 12 milliseconds. It just, like, you know, it'll just power through it. Where in the physics frame, if it takes 12 milliseconds, then the next frame, the physics has to run 2 frames, and that means that it takes 24 milliseconds, and then it goes worse and worse. So it still takes the same amount of time, 12 milliseconds. It's just that in the idle frame, it handles it better. So discrete. So tracks can be set to update discrete to update infrequently, usually when using nearest interpolation. When blending with update continuous, several results are considered. Force continues to update every frame during blending. Other values exist for compatibility, and they are fine if there's no blending. Okay, well, let's put this one at nearest, even though it doesn't do anything. Because, yeah. Let's go to, like, oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, yes. I'm trying to think, what if I remove these again? And then I'm going to change nothing except for, I'm going to make it so that this animation, or this is animated. So, like, we're going to reset that, keyframe it. We don't need initial position. I was smoking crack. Also, I think Godot's going to crash again. No. I just didn't press the button hard enough. Okay. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have the central control here notify transform true. Notification what if what equals notification local transform change, or transform change, then control rig dot let's just have like an export var main control equals false, and this will be main control, and then control rig dot updates. And so we will not have, oh wait, no, we're gonna have what do I want exactly? I think I do want keyframe interpolation to be what we change here. Let's just do this for now. Basically, central control is going to have main control there, and then what's going to happen is that moves, and then that's going to eventually do something. For now, I'll just do that, though. And now what's going to happen is, we have the exact same logic, basically. It's going to work a little bit differently. just because I can't be bothered to make it work correctly. But it should be updating that animation every frame. So we should have it go... Why is it not working? This shit's... I can't stand this shit. So for some reason, the medium activated is just not working. I have just so many bugs working in tandem. Okay, but go back to the profiler, start that. So that should have done something. So why did this not work? Because we should be seeing something change here. Unless this door isn't being activated. Let's see. Maybe apply power here. No, wait. Yeah. I guess that's what we need. Okay. Okay, so this door isn't getting its thing, which should be this. Is it because something else is happening? No. Zero, maybe? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Why did that not work? Why did it not work the previous, like, 12 fucking times? Okay, fair enough. It only publishes it if we change it. And so I'll just say that that's probably fine then. Okay, so that should do that. And then we should be able to do this, and then it should do something. Maybe one... Wait, what? Okay, is it gonna just fucking go? What is happening here? Okay, good. Okay, so something is happening. It's just not the thing that is at all what I thought would happen. Okay, just add a mesh instance here. My life is a nightmare. Okay, where's the cylinder? Where's the cylinder now? And we're just going to completely ignore this thing over here. Okay, well, first of all, that's in the wrong place. Yeah, that's just wrong. We don't need that there either. Okay, so that at least does something. We can see it doing a little bit of something. How is it? I still just don't get how this is the issue, like how this is the point where it's not working, and also I don't get how this position is changing like this. If we go to reset, this position is 0, and so the mesh should be there. And if we go to here, I don't understand it. Okay, opulent, medium, active, 1. Is it going to do anything? How is it still not doing anything? And then that notification doesn't work. This notification is supposed to fucking be there. Why is it not working? How did this not get set? Actually, I have a good idea. What if I just save and quit right here? And then we start again. So that way I have the state set up correctly. Okay, and then we do this again. In fact, I could even be further, like, right here instead. How? I am my own worst enemy. Okay, and now if I did, like, player, save, checkpoint. And then we did the fucking, like, save load, set stat. So this worked in the editor. And admittedly, it didn't even really improve anything. All right, I just have... There's just absolutely no way that this is actually going to improve something. Okay. So... I don't think I've gotten anywhere. I don't think I've made any progress whatsoever on this front. Because, okay. this doesn't work. So, I bet you this is... I bet you the issue is we need to have that, and we need to have if main control and that. No, that doesn't do anything either. I just got to restart it. But okay. I don't understand how how this is not working. So if we just print E, or if we just, yeah. This function, so print, get, notify, or like, is this not a tool function anymore? No, it is a tool function. I think is this the issue? Is Godot gonna crash? Is it like operating? Do I need to double click this again? Okay, what is the issue here? Out of bounds index get 0. Okay, so the opulent control rig. Okay, so I think this is the issue. At line 19 of the opulent control rig. No. They exist. Oh, it's probably because of that. Okay. Wait, but that doesn't even make any sense. Because these are all... Because... This... Okay, whatever. Is it because something here is called... No, none of these have... Oh, wait. Remove that for now. Okay. So there's still absolutely... What does this mean? All this crap. None of that matters right now. Because this root object does not have... Yeah, because this root node is correct. And this still doesn't... So if I grab it, though... Because it feels like what's happening... Okay, now it doesn't work in the editor. So if we go here... The ready function isn't being called on this fucking script. Oh, because this isn't fucking ready. I hate myself. Why did I call it underscore reset? I should have known that was going to cause issues. Like a thing that looks very much like a ready node. Okay, and then that does that, good. And then if we go to the animation player, that should run. It's still really, really slow. In fact, it's much slower than it was before. But hey, at least it looks kind of cool. And I don't have the faintest idea. I just don't understand how it's so slow. When it wasn't this slow before.
Because if we go back to, let's go to GitHub, which I'll probably have to log into again because they log me out every single fucking day. No, okay. It lasted for at least 10 minutes. Okay, so if we show more... Where is ends of eras? It should be in here somewhere. So if we go to whatever it was, areas, opulent, medium. What? Chunks, opulent, medium? What? Am I stupid? Oh yeah, this is the new main branch, Godot 4. So before what we were doing, was anytime we went to the smooth control, it would set notify transform. So what notification transform changed? It would just, it was even, how is this faster? Oh wait, is global translate faster somehow? But what does that mean? Because, yeah, how would... This is just like... It feels like this would be so much slower. So, is it because setting the position does some physics thing that we aren't doing when we do it the other way? So like if we just did like var delta equals panels p dot position minus data p, or data p minus this, and then we just did panels p dot global translate. Oh, I bet you what it is. The global it's the global translation, maybe. Maybe. So yeah, it might be that we need to use the global position, and that's going to cause issues. Because, actually, that's going to cause massive issues. What we could do instead is, I guess for now what we can do is, I'm just going to temporarily swap this out. I'm going to see, first of all, is it because the translation is faster, or is it because the global position is faster? And so if we run it this way, that seems much slower. Oh wait, because now we're doing it differently. So, remove this notification crap here. We don't need that at all. Because yeah, that didn't speed anything up. And so we can keep this here. And then why are all of the panels invisible is another good... Oh yeah, because they're all the way over there. But it's just like... This would be so much easier if the animations were fast. Like, if they just ran at, like, a usable frame rate, and I could just move... Because, like, it's 500 nodes. It's not that many nodes. And I kind of have to have 500 nodes, because I need the collision here. Because it's one thing... Because, like, the multi-meshes work just fine. And I think, yeah, by far the most baffling component is the fact that this worked just fine before. But now it doesn't. So, okay, why does this constantly go back to there? So if we go to reset, and we keyframe this... So, okay. Oh, right, because now these are global transforms. Okay. So we need to go back to our boundary, delete these, increment. There we go. In fact, I'm going to have it so that calling keyframe just calls increment now. Well, actually, we can have this, but we're going to have it inside the internals. And we're just going to have this also call increment. Okay, there we go. And so now, yeah, that'll be in the internals. And so we can, like, preview. Actually, I will just call it that. Preview keyframe. That will be useful, but not that useful right now. Okay. So now we have our keyframes, and then, there we go. And now if we go back to activate, keyframe that, keyframe this, keyframe this. And now if we run this, still really, really slow. But how? But how? The question for an age. Because, like, is it something to do with... I just can't for the life of me understand it. Okay, but let's go back to debugger, let's get a profiler and do all this crap again. In fact, I should probably just add a switch up here. This is going to be my little debug switch. Debug medium. Opulent medium active. Why did that not work, actually? If stat on equals bool save, okay. Oh wait, it's because it also needs to be persistent. But okay, this way I don't have to constantly go to the console and type stuff. Okay, so how's our profiler looking? So it looks fine there, except for, you see, somewhere in here, it should be, there should be, like, issues. I wish I could sort by, like, how long the functions take instead of, like, God knows what it's doing here. But okay, now the rig takes 1 millisecond. Which is still way too long to set 500 numbers, but that's a bit more reasonable at least. So, how do I deal with this then? Because I need them to work with the physics frame rate. But for some reason, it runs 12 times slower when it's running in the physics frame. And also, we're still seeing a whole bunch of issues with this, like, find collisions. Well, no, I don't think that's the issue still. But yeah, so positions blend is still way too slow. Which, yeah, doesn't make sense at all. And now it uses global position, which isn't correct. But okay, let's actually test. So if we had 1.2 milliseconds for global position, setting the global position in the idle frame, 1.2 milliseconds. It might be something to do with the fact that the physics process has to be run multiple times. It might be confusing these script function things, and then it's like, you know, the physics frame ran 8 times, and so it called this 8 times instead. Okay, let's say that, and then we're going to have the same thing, but we're going to do position. Because we need to use position, because otherwise it's going to not be able to be translated to where it's going to be. And then we close that, go back to opulent. Oh wait, no. That didn't matter. Because yeah, now they're in the wrong position anyway. Because what we need to do is we need to go back to boundary, delete these, and then go to animation there. Add that keyframe. And now that works again as it should. And then we'll try it again. Because I can't imagine setting the local transform is that much slower or fast. Like, or actually is any slower or faster, because you have to reverse the... let's see. Script functions. So we're going to need our script functions here. Okay, so I did see a bit of a boost, and that's because that's doing that. Okay, and local transform, it's about, yeah, we can see it's like 1 to like 1.6. Yeah, so it seems like it's like about 1 millisecond. It seems like it's slightly faster, actually, than setting the global. Because I assume with the global, you have to like undo, you know, you have to like multiply by the inverse of the function or something. And then I have to scroll through every single fucking thing. Okay. So yeah, it's about 1 millisecond. And then go back to here, set it to physics. Because, yeah. As I mentioned, 1 millisecond is still unacceptably slow. I can't comprehend why it would be so slow. Oh, wait. Right, we need to start it every single time. Okay. Okay, so now this takes 8 milliseconds. Which I don't get. Local transform physics frame. But I think if we go all the way to the start, I think okay, I think I see what it is. You see these spikes here? It starts out actually as yeah, you can see it gradually gets worse and worse. Oh wait, but it's, yeah, I think it is 1 millisecond. But for some reason, that's pushing it over the edge to take... Yeah, because you can see the physics takes too long. And so because the physics took 8 milliseconds, now it's like, oh, well, now we have to run the physics twice the next frame. And because we ran the physics twice that frame, then we have to run it 3 times the next frame. And then because we ran it like 3 times, we have to run it 4 times and 5 times and 6 times, etc. And so it just gets slower and slower. That's the kind of like death spiral that I've talked about before. So the 1 millisecond frame rate is our key problem here. And that's caused by... So yeah, there's 2 issues. One is find collisions is taking 5 milliseconds. And I don't know why that would be taking 5 milliseconds. Godot, find collisions taking too long. No, I don't think I'm going to get anything. It's like, it feels like every single problem I've ever had in Godot, I'm the only person on Earth who's had that problem. Or at the very least, they never, like nobody ever talks about them publicly. But yeah, because we need the physics frame to take about 3 milliseconds less, or else the frame rate tanks to like 15 FPS. So it does seem to be about 1 millisecond when running once. But whatever... I just don't know. I think it could be just the fact that I'm using the arms as well. So... I want to go back. I want to try the animatable 3D bodies again. I feel like I didn't give them enough of a shot. I feel like this has to be better because, like, the whole point of them is that they're animatable. Okay, so if we try this now, and we just don't change any other logic, we don't change anything else. Okay. So I'm seeing that it's running a lot faster than it was before. So presumably that error was something unrelated. And then we just pull the lever. Oh, okay. It was that. Okay, so now if we pause here, if we go back to our physics. Yes, yes. Okay. So now we can still see that I think what's happening is it's still running the physics twice per frame because now the game is running at 60 FPS and it's, you know, basically my monitor used to be 144 Hertz, but that was causing too many issues, so I turned it down to 60. And so, yeah. Okay, good. And I should have been checking the number of calls, but okay. So it's like less than 1 millisecond now. Okay. Good, good, good. Video game works now. I don't have to kill myself live on stream. But okay, so then what I want is just a quick test to make sure that the physics actually works on these, because that's like the real challenge now, is if we did time, or like player... find item, wep, time, gun? Is that how this works? Get item? Add item? There we go, okay. I don't know why it says that that's unbound. It's like 4, I think. Yeah. I'll just have to, like, crawl on it or something. Yeah, let's just... Okay. So, in a dramatic twist, Animatable Body 3D has actually done something useful. Maybe. Actually, I can't be too sure yet. Opulent, medium, / active, 1. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. I can't collide with any of them. Wait, is that the reason it's faster now? Hang on. Is it because none of the panels have any collision? So if we go to these... No, these bodies do have collision. So... Wait, what does this mean then? Am I just stupid? So if we then, like... It might be just specifically the whatever ish... Or... It might be the arms? No? They just don't have collision. Okay. Well, I guess I'm fucking stupid. Okay, well, let's see if maybe reloading the scene does something, because it feels like they gotta have, like, some collision, right? That doesn't make any sense. Why would it's called an Animatable Body 3D. Surely, animating the body works. You know, like, surely there's some way to, like, move it. Okay, I need to double check to make sure. If we go... Godot, Animatable Body 3D. It might be that it needs to be like the root node and it's like some janky garbage. So it can't be moved by external forces or contacts, but can be moved manually by other means such as code, animation mixers, and remote transform 3D. When it's moved, its linear and angular velocity are estimated. Fair enough. Physics 3D body that can't be moved by external forces. I am almost certain that this... Wait, what the heck is this? I'm not going to trust that. Okay. What we need to do is... I'm going to do a few experiments. First of all, we need to go into here and make sure that the, like, collisions exist at all. Okay, so they do exist here. And then what we need to do is we need to do save, load, set, stat, opulent, medium, active, false, no, 1. I forgot to okay, hang on. Bring that back to me. I forgot to disable no clip before I, like, did anything. Wait, no, I did disable no clip. Oh, it's just the body doesn't fucking move because it's not the root node. I love being alive, man. I think this thing just literally doesn't work at all. I don't get what... Hmm. Yeah, I don't think this works. Okay, when I typed in animatable body 3D, I wanted animatable body 3D. Let's say like a child node, maybe. Yeah, this has been an error. This has been an issue for over 4 years, where sync to physics simply doesn't work. Oh, and this is another bug that's been here for over 4 years. That's pretty awesome. Okay. Okay, so I think what we need then is we need a remote transform 3D as a child of the parent. So what... Okay, I think I can do this. It'll also be fucking terrible and hopefully not utterly destroy the frame rate here. But I assume it will. But we need basically... So insert. So insert does something. End.name equals body. We can just actually add a remote transform. And okay, so var rt equals remote transform 3D new rt, or let's do like m.add child rt, and then rt dot remote path equals, hang on, node path to the remote node relative to this 3D's position in the scene. Okay, we're going to do rt dot get path to var body equals this body, and this should then do that because we should just return body. Okay. So now, if we go back into this thing, if we could do Godot, what am I doing? Panels. Get this and re-import it. And then if we go into here, we should have remote transforms, which we don't, which is cool. We probably need to do some dumbass thing, like add an owner or something. Yeah, I think we do need to do that. Okay. Rt dot owner equals scene root. Okay. And this will probably cause an error because I always get owners wrong. I swear to God, they change it every single time. Okay, we don't need that. Re-import this again just to make sure that there's no error with this. Because I swear to God, the engine literally changes what order it has to be in. Okay, keyframe.gd. No, I don't care about that. And actually, rt.name equals rt. And you know what, I'm just going to re-import that. But okay, so something to do with the keyframes here. Which we don't need to deal with, because why is this being set anyway? But okay. So now if we try it again, let's just... Okay, and so the frame rate is exactly the same as it was then. So we've basically solved nothing. Because yeah, now if we start this, and then if we pull this, we have exactly the same, if not even worse, performance than before. Well, I'm glad that Animatable Body 3D has failed us yet again. Also, I can't even zoom in on the fucking thing. Whatever. Okay, so, yeah, my question is still then, how did this work before? Why did this work before? Is it because Global Translate does something different than setting the transform? Okay, so change these back to kinematic then, because I don't want a bunch of like extra crap. There we go. Yeah, so this got up to what, 90 FPS or thereabouts, or like, you know, 70 milliseconds it seems like is typical. Okay. Well, the frame itself was 100 milliseconds, so let's just say that. Anim 100 milliseconds, 70 milliseconds physics. And I think it'll be hard to ascertain the actual performance of the call to the function because of the remote transforms. Presumably they do it at a different time, like, you know, at the end of the physics update or whatever. And then here, oh yeah, but because I didn't start the profiler explicitly, fill out my form in triplicate. Okay, it's about the same amount. Well, actually, no. This is substantially faster. It's 30 milliseconds faster. But this is only like 3 milliseconds faster, so I don't get why. Something crazy that we could do, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what if we had the animatable bodies only move if the player is close to them? Because the only thing we care about is the player. So maybe we do use the animatable body 3D, but we can change how the remote transforms work. And so they only activate when they're within a certain radius of the player. I think I could do that. And I think that'll work. Remote. It'll be quite tricky to make it perform well. Yeah, I think with these remote things, so update position. So what if we set all of these to false right now. So yeah, because these are slower, unless, okay, remote transform 3D update, so we can have like a force update. It's still kind of insane that animatable body 3Ds don't like work like other node, like literally any other node in the entire like engine, but okay, well that didn't work at all. So why did that not work? Is it because there's like some secret node that's not being set properly? No, all of these seem to be... Why is this fucked up? Non-uniform scale on this arm. Didn't this... What? Hang on. Huh? Wait, what? What happened to this arm? No? That should be like that. And then, what, is this panel scaled? No, that one's fine. It's just this thing. Oh, I see. Interesting. So this shouldn't cause any frame rate issues because it's not updating the fucking transforms. Hang on, if we did player toggle no clip. Am I gonna have to make my own like remote transform that does a thing differently? Yeah, because like, so I think we have, yeah, wait, what? No, okay. The update just doesn't change anything. What happened? What changed in my life that this is what's happening now? You would think that we could like... Do I just not understand how Remote Transform 3D works? Because, like, how do these not work? If true remote node's position is updated, so these are all false. And I guess we'll just set it to local coordinates by default for all of these. Okay, I don't think that's the correct number of nodes. Is that? I just don't know. Yeah, I'm guessing what happened... The reason that I'm still so confused about that speed changing is because I was distracted by the IK solvers and probably didn't realize that most of that performance issue was probably just from having more things colliding. And so it was never faster. It's just that I changed too many things at the same time and thought it was faster. Yeah, because it seems like this physics, these collisions are going to be the death of me. And the death of my beautiful idea of like a chaotic and weird thing. I guess the ultimate test of that would be we can just grab all the arms here. Or like for obj in bpy data objects. If obj.name.starts with arm, obj select set true. Okay, and then if we just delete all the arms there, and then come in back into this, all that stuff is great. And then if we just run it again, hang on. For A in path.arms, we'll have to, like, unfuck a bunch of stuff. But you know what? Okay. So yeah, it does seem like that is the main issue here. So if we do this again, presumably that's going to be, you know, the 1 millisecond or so, whatever it is. Okay. So yeah, it's just the extra colliders that are causing the issue. And so I think maybe it's just the arms are too much. The arms are too much for us. Yeah, admittedly this 1 millisecond is still too much. Oh wait, no, but that's for 2 calls. Yeah, so it's like half a millisecond, which is still a lot for this. Like it doesn't seem like that should be required. Yeah, because we have a lot of frame rate taken up by this. And actually, why is this so... You can see at some point it takes way more than 6 milliseconds. Or 7 milliseconds or whatever. 7.83. Physics process. Time management. Why does time management take so long? Oh, because time management is what calls all of the physics things. Right. Okay. Okay. So I think the reality... Oh yeah, and this just takes more because it did 3 frames this time instead of 2. Okay. So I fear that the arms on all of these is just too much physics for the game. Which is... whatever, it's fine. I don't care. It would be nice to have more elaborate stuff, but I'm just not gonna bother. I might keep these little things just because they're kind of interesting, and maybe I'll have something interesting, like, attached to them or whatever, but okay. And that means that to avoid whatever other thing we have here, we're gonna do this again. Oh, wait. I hope I muted the microphone when I burped. I can't even tell anymore. So, okay, we must give up on my dream of cool arms, cool robot arms. We'll have to figure out something else that I can do then, because right now it's going to be very difficult for the player to actually platform on these, and I don't know how to solve that without adding more objects here. So yeah, I guess our true solution then is go to IK. Actually, we can like delete the IK targets probably, or here where we do solvers. Just ignore that. Ignore this. Actually, that means we kind of don't need anything here, do we? Yeah, we're just not even going to solve. Okay, there we are. And then we go back to the opulent medium. And this should hopefully not break. Well, what do you know? Also, it somehow, like, took control of my mouse still from beyond the grave. Oh, because this still has control of my mouse. Alright, well, at least I can get like 500 of these in here. I think floating platforms are implemented then. Good thing I didn't spend much time on the actual like art assets for the arms. Because yeah, I was really hoping that I could figure out some way of making those faster, but if it's like the actual time it takes to get the collisions, I don't think I can fix that. I think that's a bit outside my budget. Alright, let's go back to the boundary then. So that means, honestly, most of the things that I did here are probably... I mean, it's probably a waste of time to have, like, my crazy system for, like, the keyframes and stuff, right? Like, I bet you I could remove that completely. So if we just did, actually, let's do, like... gave up on my dreams. Oh, wait, no. Okay. So now what I can do is I can just delete these keyframes. Yeah, we'll just have it do the, like, add keyframe old, then. Or, like, insert keyframe. Okay. And that does animation get current animation, root equals get node, animation player root node, time equals that. Well, I know what to do. I won't delete this just yet. Because what I'll do instead is I'll have it do two different things. And so what we can do here is keyframe that, return. And so here what we're going to do is not do anything with those at all. Thank you, Godot. Maybe what I could do is I could... No, I just realized... I was about to say maybe I could have all of the environment only have the layer and not the mask, but then I remembered Godot 4 has some hokey, janky garbage system where, like, unless two objects have the same layer and the same mask, they don't collide anymore. Or there's some, like, insane, bizarre interaction that's, impossible for me to understand. But okay, I'm going to try this yet again. So basically, did this actually save? Old keyframe. Okay, good. And so I'm going to go back to here. Yeah, we have no keyframe there. Go to controls. Okay. Gonna go to here. Okay, so we're gonna just do... Wait, this. Add keyframe. And so that adds that. Okay, good. Then we add keyframe. Okay, good thing I tested, because this seems to be still very, very slow. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, we're just gonna have the, we're not gonna deal with interp. Oh, wait, huh? So it is fine. Then why did it look like it was not fine? Yeah, honestly, this is probably good enough. Okay. So, oh wait, no, we should probably at least double check the profiler. Thank you, Godot. Okay, so nothing terrible happening there. Yeah, because now we don't see any of our things there. Well, we do see a bit of that, physics. But I think that's just because it's running it twice. Fixed process, process player distance. Yeah, I don't see anything weird here. Because, yeah, it's hanging around at 60 FPS just because that's, I think, the brief... Well, actually, why is it hanging around 60 FPS? Is that just because it never goes lower because the monitor? But no, I can clearly see it going lower. Yeah, it goes down to 15 there. Or 15 milliseconds. Okay. I'm gonna say I've tired myself out. I did accomplish one of the things that I wanted today, which was the more sophisticated blending and the ability to encode it into animations, but that didn't actually, like, fix anything. And actually, don't we have active still? So how does this work? Does this still work badly? Well, yeah, it could do a lot better, but it's okay. But yeah, this will be like how I actually update things. But yeah, then we can do like boundary, disable active. We can like add a keyframe there. There we go. Look at that, and then that's all good. And then we can have these two keyframed here. And then we like reset them. And I guess for now, I'll have them use their global position. Yeah. So actually now the big thing to figure out is how do we, How do we do splines? Because we still want to have splines in like nice motion and stuff. I think I might just have to like grab a whole billion jillion things here and then just like slowly move them. Actually, very strange that there's a thing in the middle here. Hmm. Yeah, we'll delete the keyframe nonsense for now. Okay. Thing or animation player works just fine. Okay. And then, do we have any submodules? No. Okay. I'm going to call that a day. Wrong button. I'm going to call that a day. It's barely productive. We did like, like an hour's worth of actual productive work, and then it took me like 3 hours to figure out that there's too many objects and that it simply can't handle it. I may someday figure out a nicer way to do that. I still really like the idea of having like super elaborate machines, but I think it's just too complicated for this. Or at least I don't know how to set it up in a performant way. But alright, thank you for watching. I'll see you later.